Good morning and welcome to my Mind Over Your Matter early show. It's 8:37 a.m. here in the East Coast. It's October 28th, 2020. And as you're seeing right in front of your screens, that's Hurricane Zeta. She's moving across the Gulf of Mexico. It intensified pretty good last night. I mean, it gained an additional 20 miles per hour, actually 25 miles per hour, because last night it was at 65 miles per hour. And right now this little storm has reached 90 mile per hour winds and the pressure is steadily dropping. It's going through a eye wall replacement. So it might have a temporary low of weakness, not weakness, but it's just trying to get itself together again, because that's what these storms do. They go through eye wall replacement, and that's what this hurricane is actually doing at the moment. As you can see, we had an eye on the storm right in here. It was an eye in the storm, and as you can see, it got overtaken. So right in here is going to be the new eye, and hopefully it doesn't get any stronger than what it is. It's projected to become a Category 2 hurricane before landfall. It's not far from being a Category 2. It's possibly Cat 3. No, maybe Cat 2. Yeah, it has a good chance to get a Category 2, but the storm is moving north at about 17 miles per hour. 17 miles per hour, that's pretty fast for a storm moving directly north, which most likely it will turn over, and it'll my prediction is still on the table, because it's supposed to come up to the north and then it's supposed to swing a little bit. And I think it's starting to do that little turn to the right. In the last images, it looked like it was starting to push a little bit towards the right. So it's probably going to go like this and then come across here and then come over to Mississippi and Alabama. And I think that's going to be where the secondary landfall is going to be. And yeah, just those that are in Louisiana, those are in Mississippi, get ready for a landfalling hurricane later on this evening, if not this afternoon. As far as the storm is moving along, it's trucking along pretty fast. So just be prepared for extreme, crazy weather as far as like tornadoes. You're gonna get a lot of tornadoes. You know, when hurricanes, it's all a bunch of tornadoes inside the hurricane. So be ready for that. Be ready for having no power for a few weeks. Hopefully, those that are in Louisiana and Mississippi and Alabama are ready for this storm that's going to be coming in later on today. It's it's a very interesting storm. It kind of like, I don't know, because it's just like a little Frankenstein storm, because it just popped out of nowhere, and now with the eye of the storm, that it had an eye all throughout the night, but and usually when a system has an eye, it usually rapidly intensifies the storm. So it's a good thing that right now it's going through a eye wall replacement and going through an eye replacement, but in a few hours that will be changed, and hopefully it doesn't get any stronger than what it is, because that will suck big time. And let's play a little bit of music until more people come. Enjoy. This is the Wake and Bake Zeta edition, Hurricane Zeta. about to make a nice little rude awakening to those in Louisiana and Mississippi. It's going to be a heck of a day today. And this storm will be making landfall sometime today, later on this evening. It's moving really fast, so it's going to be one of these like hard-hitting punches, because when a system is moving about 17 miles per hour and your winds are about 90 miles per hour, it's just going to amplify the winds a little bit because of the movement of the storm. So you gotta get ready for this one. Hopefully, the people who are in Louisiana are prepared, and those that are in Louisiana, actually in New Orleans. I don't know if New Orleans is going to take a direct hit of the storm, because it's starting to do that little wobble turn. Like it's starting to be affected by the atmosphere a little bit, and now the storm is moving straight north, and it's going to have a little east turn to it. So most likely later on today, it'll be moving more of a northeasterly turn. And yeah, there you go. That's your Hurricane Zeta. What I'm going to do is I'm going to let the music play in the background, and the video will just continue showing you the hurricane as it progresses through the Gulf of Mexico into Louisiana and Mississippi. Man, oh man, I love my wake and bake. I'm here smoking my joint. Oh man, out here it's kind of crazy, right? Because I fell asleep good last night, but I woke up very early this morning. Multiple times I actually woke up throughout the night. I woke up at 2:45 in the morning, had used the restroom, then went back to sleep, then woke up around 4, and I fell back to sleep, and then I finally woke up. It was about 7:50. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna stay up. Actually, it was like 7:45. I woke up because I remember I was like, man, it's early. I was gonna come in at 8 o'clock, but I was like, nah, I gotta, brush my teeth, clean up, do my my morning routine, and I was like, well, I'll just come in another half hour later. So that's what I did. Just gonna come on for a little bit, just give you an update because I did say if the storm was strong, I was gonna go ahead and broadcast it in the morning and show you guys. There's a possibility that the storm could reach into maybe it's going to be a Cat 2, that's for sure. If it's not already a Cat 2 hurricane. Would it reach Cat 3 strength? That's something that we got to see. It's still in the water, so it still has opportunity to get its act together pretty quickly. But time is running short on the storm to get any more strength because it is moving and it's bucking at 17 miles per hour, moving directly north, straight to Louisiana. It will be turning to the right. It will have a curve to the right, so it will be affecting Mississippi. And later on in the evening into tomorrow, Alabama, Tennessee, portions of Georgia, you guys are going to be dealing with a lot of rain. Here in Connecticut, we're dealing with rain right now. It's going to be a rainy day today. It's just a system that, as you can see, it's just cloudy up here in the northeast. But you can see the blue on here and the cloud tops, but it's not picking up so much of the rain. It's just picking up more of the energy up in the air. But it is raining here in Connecticut, and it's going to probably be raining throughout the day today. So let's come back here to this beautiful hurricane that's really trying to get its act together, and it did a pretty good job last night. Now it's going through a new eye wall replacement, and hopefully the storm doesn't like super rapidly intensify. We don't want that, because if that happens, oh man, New Orleans, you guys are in shit trouble, because if this storm rapidly intensifies, it's not going to be good for any portions of Louisiana and New Orleans. I'm going to try to push the storm a little bit towards the right so it could kind of grace you guys and not give you a direct hit. But the storm is continually to get itself together, and it's pretty much looking like it's going to be a hard hitting storm for Louisiana and Mississippi. So just gotta be ready for it. Be ready for those tornadoes. Just make sure that you're not anywhere near the windows when the storm comes through. Make sure you have a safe place to stay in. Bathroom preferably where there's no windows around you. If you could, you make yourself comfortable in there. If you hear that there's a tornado coming, you know what to do already. It's like, holy shit, this is going down. It's real. And yes, it is. And let me tell you, Mississippi and Alabama, you guys are no strangers to tornadoes. And you guys, especially like Joplin and all these, trust me, you guys don't want to deal with crazy tornadoes. And so sad that you're going to have to deal with some tornadoes with this storm coming through later on today. But yeah, with that said, I'm just going to let the music play. I'm going to chill in the background, probably lay down on my bed and just listen to the beats. And you guys can be able to see the storm for what it is. And you want to come back in and check up on it, that's cool with me. I'm just going to leave this continually playing by itself. And let's see how long could it play by itself. And I'll probably do it for a few hours, just let it play and come back on later on, and probably do another show later on this evening, like around. I don't want to do it too late because I don't want to be up too. I don't want to be up too late, but I don't want to run over to overtime. And then I don't want to go too late, so I'm trying to figure out a time frame to start. So I migrated down to 9 p.m. But that might change to about 8 o'clock or 8:30, and that way I can do a good maybe 2-hour show, and it'll be a night show. And yeah, but I did say if the storm intensified, I was going to come on in the morning and broadcast the storm, and that's what I'm doing. So if you're here to check out the storm, thank you for coming through and watching. And yeah, it's Zeta attacking Louisiana. All right, all right. I'm back on here. It's 2:22, 2:23 right now p.m. Eastern time. Looking at the storm right now. This storm is intensifying rapidly. Intensification. This storm could be possibly a Category 3, possibly reaching to Category 4 status. Has a very defined eye. The storm is very strong on the northern end. Southern end is trying to get its act together. It may make landfall as a Category 3 hurricane, ladies and gentlemen. Will mark it another major hurricane hitting the United States. This one it's pushing along really fast, 20 miles per hour north, 100-mile-per-hour winds with pressure at 975 millibars. I would not be surprised if this thing drops more. If this thing drops another maybe 5 to 6 millibars more, maybe make it at a 960, 69 or something like that. I've been looking at the radar, and it looks more impressive now than it did ever. Actually looks like a well-defined hurricane with the eye popping out at the very end. We're going to take a few looks at different radars just to get a clarity of it. Oh yeah, you can see the eye. You can see the storm rapidly intensifying, especially towards the end of the cycle here. You see, ooh, let's let this camera pick up. It looks like a big donut. See, when you get a storm that looks like a donut, that hurricane, definitely Category 3. Expecting hopefully the next advisory to have this bumped up to 110, maybe 115 mile per hour hurricane. It is strengthening. Like, I'm surprised it's strengthening the way it is, but it's strengthening really, really, really fast. And expect heavy damage. New Orleans, it seems like it's coming for you guys, but it is going to turn right. So you might get the left side of the storm, but it is making a bullseye straight for Louisiana and Mississippi. And the storm is really getting its act together. As you can see, the eye is not cleared out, meaning you can't see through it, but you can see the eye. And the storm, it's an overachiever. It's going to be a little overachiever. We're going to check out a couple of other Ghost 60 satellites here as I bring it up. Let it load up. Let me load up the infrared also. Infrared looks amazing. Look at the eye in this sucker. Like the eye wall is so defined on the northern end, southern end also. It's rotating all this thunderstorms around it. It's starting to look like a really big bowling ball, and it's going to cause nothing but trouble. That's just what it is going to do. This is as of 1 o'clock. That's the 1 o'clock advisory. It's 100 mile per hour winds, 975 millibars, moving 20 miles per hour, north-northeast. Oh, it's making that turn to the east. It's going north-northeast now. So I'm going to have to update the north and change it to a north-northeast. So let's go ahead and bring up this satellite here. I want to check it out, see die here. Let's go ahead and upload this. Put a new. It's north east. And that's moving at a super fast clip. Holy shit. That thing is bucking. It is. At 20 miles per hour, that is super fast. So we're going to go ahead and upload the ticker again. And the movement now is northeast, 20 miles per hour, winds at 100, pressure 975, category 2 hurricane. It's actually, I would not be surprised if this thing right now is a category 3 hurricane. I wouldn't be surprised. I called it yesterday. I knew it was going to intensify. I knew it was going to be very strong. I knew it was going to be possibly a Cat 3, Cat 4 while making landfall. Certain portions of the storm is going to feel like a Cat 4, and it's going to do damage like a Cat 4. So those that are in Louisiana, I hope you guys are not like underestimating the storm, because the storm is coming right for you guys, and it's going to cause chaos. And I just feel like this is another stepping stone and you know, in the United States, as far as with the hurricanes coming here and pretty much attacking us from the Gulf. And this is the 11th system to make landfall in the United States. That we already broke the record, because the record was 9, and we broke the record with Delta. Now we're extending the record with Zeta. And yeah, it's I feel like the storm is going to possibly be right now at 115 mile per hour winds. It's starting to take that northeast turn, because in some of the frames it looks like it's moving northeast. So that could possibly be a real big help if it continues to have a more easterly push. There's nothing affecting the storm. The storm it got its act together, and it's gonna make some big impacts in Louisiana. I just hope everyone's ready out there for the storm, and it's gonna be a wild one, that's for sure. So let's go ahead and bring back the music, and you guys can continue watching this. I just wanted to give a quick shout out to this crazy ass hurricane. I wanted to, you know, if it's going to be crazy now, but we need you to rapidly decrease your energy. And that's not going to happen until it makes landfall. The storm is real weird storm from the very beginning. It was very weird. And I documented it all the way from its beginnings until now. And it's just amazing how these storms blow up and how little. This is not a big hurricane. It's actually a very small hurricane where the center of the winds are. But the littler they are, the faster and rapid intensification it can go through before making landfall. So we might right now be seeing a Category 5, not Category 5, yeah, right, a Category 3 hurricane about to make landfall in Louisiana. Might make a secondary landfall in Mississippi and Alabama area. So got to keep an eye out on that, because it's starting to do that turn, that curve to the east. So it will possibly come like this and then scoot off this way and then make a secondary landfall somewhere in Biloxi, Mississippi, and move on towards the United States. And I'm definitely going to see rain out of this system. We're actually going to get snow because of this system. We're going to get some snow. We might get about a quarter of an inch, maybe half an inch of snow because of this system, which is okay. I mean, I don't mind the snow. I really don't mind it. I love snow, to be honest with you. Where is my cursor at? Okay, it totally disappeared on me. Where's my mouse? I gotta reset my mouse. Looks like it just disappeared on me. There you are. Let's take a look at over here. Look at the last frames, how the eye just started popping out really defined at the last images. This sucker is a Category 3 hurricane. Maybe earlier it was a Cat 2, but right now it's looking, and it has that perfect donut look. Perfect donut look. Like right there. It looks like a bagel. It's like you could compare it as a donut or a bagel, but it's a perfect spiral bowling ball looking with an eye right in the middle. I mean, this is stronger than Delta. And Delta just hit Louisiana just about a week and a half ago. And here comes Zeta, and is going to New Orleans. I hope they're ready for this. I don't know. This is a strong hurricane that's coming through, and I think it's being like underestimated, big time being underestimated. Here, this ain't 982. It doesn't make any sense because the storm right now is 975. So like this readings are totally off. That's off. Let's see the strength. Oh yeah, look at that. The northern portion of the storm and the way it's wrapping around the eye. The storm maybe bucking 110, 115 mile per hour winds. It's going to cause a good amount of damage. So it's going to suck because this is the freaking 11th system to make landfall in the United States. All right, with that said, let's put on the music. Let's keep moving forward, right?
There's so much. I'm kind of going back here just so I can keep the latest information up. There's so much that goes on with the inner workings of a tropical system. And remember, when we're talking about tropical systems, there's pretty much almost non-existent data that's really available. You have satellite information, really that's all we have until we start sending into hurricane hunters to gather information. There is a significant lack of data and available information and real-time information with these storms out over the open ocean. So you don't always know precisely what's going on with the inner workings of a tropical system. The steering currents are these big upper troughs and ridges. Those are the systems that are kind of well analyzed and well sampled. So we have a far better idea of that in terms of where the storm is going to get pushed or pulled or forced to, as opposed to the inner workings of a storm. So we usually have a far better idea of where a storm is going to go, which remember the computer models, even with this, when Zeta was in the northwestern Caribbean, all had indicated southeast Louisiana. And it's funny, a lot of folks are posting, oh, well, it says southeast Louisiana 3-4 days out, so we know it's not coming here. Those models almost never change. Yeah, they might have adjusted west or east slightly, but I will say with Zeta, they stayed zeroed in on southeast Louisiana almost from the get-go. Once the storm got better developed, they narrowed down southeast Louisiana, southern Mississippi as landfall, and they did not vary from that. The intensity, however, obviously the computer models did not do a great job of. Maybe they started to do a little bit better within the last 24 hours or so, but again, when you see some of these outlier models calling for a 2 or a 3, and then the consensus is a 1, you can always stick your neck out and say, well, these models are saying 2 or 3, or you go with what a lot of the consensus is. Sometimes you're right sticking your neck out, sometimes you're wrong. It's just kind of the inexact science of forecasting, and sometimes forecasting a little bit more of an art form. But again, to kind of answer your question in the long way, I'm famous for doing that. No. Me talk on for endless amounts of time. No, never. Again, the sampling of the inside of a tropical system and its development stages is not is not well sampled. We just don't have. There's a lack of data. However, everything around a tropical system, all of the steering currents, the upper patterns, are far better established. So we have a much better idea of where it's going, as opposed to what's actually going on inside the storm.
Right. Well, now that we've been forecasting this for days, now it is officially happening, and there's a lot that we need to know about the storm, as we just heard from Chris. And in addition to that, there are impacts that are already being felt here in Louisiana. So let's get with Paul Dudley for what you need to know in this hour.
Yeah, Katie, the wind and the rain from Hurricane Zeta is intensifying for our coastal communities, and now is the time to be inside your houses, as that storm is moving through Terrebonne and Lafourche parishes with sustained winds of up to 100 miles an hour, and the impacts are already being felt throughout the area. Here is a look at Entergy's outage map. Outages are being reported locally and throughout the state. More than 8,000 customers are currently affected in Lower Jefferson Parish. Orleans has more than 5,000 customers without power. St. Bernard has more than 3,500. Lafourche has more than 3,200, and we know that down power lines are also being reported in Lafourche Parish. Terrebonne has the next most with about 1,800 customers without power. and Plaquemines has about 1,000. So a lot of people without power. Now, here's the other thing. As we know, as the storm moves closer, you should take cover and plan to stay inside throughout the night. With these bad conditions expected, President Donald Trump has approved Governor Edwards' request for federal assistance related to Hurricane Zeta. This assistance will be needed as soon as Zeta passes. We also know that the Louisiana National Guard is standing by to help with Zeta. They tweeted out this picture. We are told they are working with FEMA and have pre-staged crews across our area and are ready to give out supplies to citizens. If you'd like the latest on the storm, just text 504-529-4444. You can send us photos and videos of the storm. Just include your name, the location, and the time along with the image. Back to you guys.
All right, Paul, thank you. And those videos from you out there are key, as you just heard from Chris. Zeta is making landfall, and this video that we saw on Twitter just a few minutes ago, the Lafourche Parish Sheriff sent it out. This is a Golden Meadow. You can see those strong winds ripping their way through that part of the parish. Not a substantial amount of rain associated with the storm, at least that's not what we're thinking is going to happen, but you do see that the rain is coming down there, and this is when the northern part of that eye wall got to Golden Meadow, and of course, as we've seen on the radar, as we know from our experience, that can be the worst part of the storm. And we did hear from some officials down in Lafourche Parish that they think that there may have been some either straight line winds that caused some serious damage down in Lafourche already, or the possibility of a tornado that may have spun off from that. So we haven't confirmed that with the National Weather Service. That wouldn't happen for quite some time, but the wind and the weather is getting rough, and you can see it in this video that the Lafourche Parish Sheriff sent out on Twitter. So that is something to continue watching.
All right, Tom joins us now here in New Orleans. And Tom, I think you had a chance to eyeball the Hard. There you go. Tell us what's going on there.
I took your cue from the last time we spoke there, and we came down to the Hard Rock, and we feel a bit strange because we're telling people to stay inside, and that's something that the city has reiterated is for everyone to stay inside, but obviously for us to report here, we have to be outside sometimes. But we are near the Hard Rock site, and we have seen with some bursts of wind here. We did have a rather heavy band of rain move through here just a short while ago. We have seen some debris up on top of the Hard Rock site moving, but again, I think as Colin Arnold addressed in your last interview with him, the city believes that most of the debris on top of that site is heavy enough that if anything is to come off of it, it'll fall directly down. Obviously, that's a theory. We haven't seen tremendous gusts of wind here. We do expect tropical storm force winds and maybe even higher sustained winds moving through here in the next couple of hours. But take a look to the right here as well. You'll be able to see some of the banners, the three banners that are a tribute to the three victims who died in this collapse last October, and they are blowing in the wind right now, those banners in tribute to those victims. And that's kind of a visual of what we're seeing here, and a visual reference of the winds that are moving here. Again, nothing substantially beyond what we expect during this time, but again, as Chris has indicated, as our meteorologists have indicated, the gusts will be stronger as we move towards the 6 o'clock hour into the 7 o'clock hour at this point. And on a normal day, there's an eerie feeling at the Hard Rock site because of everything that has happened here. But with the conditions that we're seeing today, and with just the gray, overcast sky, and obviously with the hurricane that we're dealing with, it's adding to that eerie atmosphere that has kind of scarred this part of the landscape near this area for the past year or so. Obviously, there is more effort and more work to be done to clear this area and to eventually take the rest of the Hard Rock down. But we are here today talking about yet another hurricane impacting Louisiana. This time it's going to be in southeast Louisiana. The two previous storms have moved over to southwest Louisiana, and we're dealing with them this time. And you're hearing the same things, and we're reiterating the same things that we've told you before. There are voluntary evacuation orders outside of the levee system, and those are in the expected areas, the low-lying areas. Many people are choosing to stay in place, and because this was a fair... As Chris has indicated, this is another positive aspect of the storm, is that it's a quick-moving storm. So I think we'll all get our wish and hopefully put this behind us. As the storm moves through, it's delivering what it's expected to deliver at the speed that it's expected to deliver to, and hopefully it'll give us what we want, and hopefully a storm passing through here quickly and we can move on. But for now, as we are being told by everyone, especially from the city, stay inside. There's no need to go sightseeing, and this is what we're dealing with at this point. Near the Hard Rock site, a bit of rain, not too much in terms of wind yet, but that's expected to change in the next coming hours. Reporting live near the Hard Rock site, Tom Trump, Eyewitness News.
Okay, Tom, thank you. As you just mentioned, we're still a couple hours out from seeing the worst of it there, and I think a lot of people are holding their breath as they wait and watch and see what happens with that site. We want to make sure that you stay informed throughout the storm. If we have an elite power here at the station, we have generators, but we also have our transmitter over on the West Bank that's continuing to bring you the very latest if there's a situation where we lose power here. And this is where Erica Ferrando is stationed for this storm event. Erica?
Hey, Katie, well, we're in Grenna. We're kind of seeing the conditions that you probably would expect. Obviously, over the last hour or two, we've definitely seen that rain pickup, and we've also seen the wind pickup. We're actually standing right behind the building of the WWL transmitter, so I'm not actually feeling that wind from where I'm standing, but if you kind of see the trees behind me, you can definitely tell that the wind has been picking up, and of course, we're expecting it to pick up even more here in Grenna over the next couple hours. And as you mentioned, we're at the transmitter. Of course, we are having to deal with the potential for power outages like the rest of you. And if WWL station on River in the first quarter does happen to lose power, or we do have any issues because of the wind that we're expecting, we are here at the transmitter, and we will be able to stay on the air for you. So we are going to stay here so that if y'all lose power over there, we're going to pick it up over here and make sure that we're still able to bring you all of the latest information, keep you updated on where the storm is, and obviously, hopefully, come back to y'all on air if that happens. We're hoping that we don't have to deal with that, but we're going to stay here just in case and make sure that we're able to bring all the latest. So we're going to be watching the wind and rain from here as well, as y'all are watching over there as well, and all across Southeast Louisiana. We're going to continue bringing you updates, and mostly we're here just to make sure that we're able to continue bringing you that vital information throughout the evening. We're now live in Gretna. I'm Erica Ferrando, Eyewitness News. Let's toss it back to y'all in the studio.
You are back up, and we will be here for all of you at home throughout the week. We're going to take a break right after
Evermore's Eyewitness News. This is your local weather expert alert, brought to you by Egan Insurance Agency.
4:30 now. We want to take you to Plaquemines Parish to get an idea of what the conditions are like by checking in on Danny Monteverde, live in Myrtle Grove. Danny?
Yeah, Karen, not to sound like a broken record, we've been talking about the wind, and it is the... Arena under, but within the past 5 or 10 minutes, there is an extremely strong band of wind and rain coming through. I'm going to step out of the way and let Adam Day, our photographer, begin to show you at home a little bit of what we're seeing. It's just an extremely strong and consistent wind right now. There's a gust that's just coming through. We can hear some things upstairs kind of knocking around and the wind at times howling. The rain, as we said, actually is not all that bad. When it does come through, though, the wind is so strong, as we told you earlier, it's just kind of making that wind come across horizontally. Where we are, again, we're at the Myrtle Grove Arena. That's on Highway 23, a little bit south of Belle Chase. And you can see here the water is starting to pile up a little bit. But if there's any good news from this spot in particular, it hasn't really come up any higher than we've seen it throughout the day. It was a little bit higher, but not substantially. So there's some good news there. We have another kind of strong gust coming through right now here as well. But again, here in Plaquemines Parish, we want to remind people that there is a voluntary evacuation order in effect for the entire East Bank, Plaquemines Parish, and on the West Bank. That's where we are right now. That evacuation order is in effect from the Phillips 66 Alliance refinery down to Venice. I believe we're probably about halfway between that point where we are here at Myrtle Grove. And we have another, I don't know if you can hear it here on the microphone, but we have another strong gust coming through, just kind of whipping things up. And actually we saw like one little piece of debris maybe fly by just now. But again, what we are dealing with is what we've heard and been warned about the past few days. The wind, again, we sound like broken records of that, but that has been the concern of parish officials, not just here in Plaquemines, but throughout the metro area. And the Plaquemines parish officials did open a shelter at the parish government complex in Belle Chase. We covered a lot of storms there in recent months, and today, quite frankly, when we were there, I guess a little before 1 o'clock, there weren't too many people, at least from what I saw at that point. I don't know if that has changed, but if you're not at the shelter right now, safe to say, just stay home. That shelter was open because of the concern about what could happen in a storm like this. Obviously, we have seen it just kind of grow throughout the day, stronger than what anyone was expecting. And so, again, we're dealing with those strong winds that the concern is could cause damage to things like mobile homes and could cause power outages. In terms of what's happening here right now, the wind is, like I said, it is consistent and it's strong. We had a couple of strong gusts come through while we were talking to you. Right now, it's actually died down a bit. The rain has kind of settled up a bit. But that is what we are looking at right now. Again, as we've been saying, very strong winds coming through. Another strong gust coming through right now. And so that is what we are experiencing here in Lower Plaquemines Parish right now as Zeta continues to crawl toward the New Orleans area. We're probably actually going to pack it up here just to be on the safe side and head back toward Belle Chase just so we don't make sure we don't get stuck out here. And we'll check in with you guys just as soon as we can. We're reporting live, Danny Monteverde, Eyewitness News.
Yeah, Danny, you can certainly hear that wind howling in the background. Stay safe out there. And one other area where people are watching very closely as the storm is moving closer to the metro area is St. Bernard Parish. Our Paul Murphy has been reporting for us in St. Bernard throughout the day. And you can see there that it looks like the worst of the weather is making its way in. Paul, you weren't really getting blown around last time we saw you. Are you getting blown around now?
Yeah, Katie, we have been driving around St. Bernard Parish for the last 15 minutes. And if I can get Brian to just hold up for 1 second so we can take a nice long look of Shell Beach right here at the Katrina Memorial here just off of Shell Beach. White caps actually
on the Mr. Go. Waves coming in, breaking over the rocks. We are told that the winds are now at 45 miles per hour here in Shell Beach, and the storm surge is now approaching 5 to 6 feet. Okay, we're going to take a drive down the street so you can take a look at what we're seeing here on the lower end of the parish. Again, we are expecting the trifecta down here as far as hurricanes are concerned. Flooding due to storm surge. We're looking at heavy rainfall, also possible flash flooding. But from what parish leaders have been telling us, the main thing that they are watching tonight and main thing everyone is watching across the metro area is the wind. This is going to be a wind event. We're at 45 miles per hour right now in the parish, and we are looking at in the next, I guess, an hour or so, we should be getting some close to hurricane strength winds, 70 to 80 miles per hour, with wind gusts of up to 105 miles per hour. I just checked in with John Lane and John Ram in the EOC here in St. Bernard Parish, and they tell me that they are expecting the eye of Zeta to pass over St. Bernard Parish sometime between 7 and 7:30. So now's the time to stay in your homes, settle in for the evening, and definitely not be out on the roads like we are. We can tell you that it is definitely a dangerous situation right now. We have water on the road. We see some debris in the road. We see storm surge now impacting many of the docks around here. Where we were at Waclawski not too long ago, we were already starting to see the water come up over the dock, and it was a raised concrete dock. So again, here in St. Bernard Parish, we are starting to get the effects of Zeta, and we are told that these impacts are probably going to only get worse in the next hour or two. Again, we are expecting the eye of the storm to pass over. Here you see we're seeing a trash can in the middle of the road. We're saying that the eye of the storm, the eye of Zeta, is expected to pass over St. Bernard Parish between 7 and 7:30. So now is go time. And again, the parish leaders are telling people to stay home. They did open up a shelter of last resort at the St. Bernard Civic Center. I haven't checked in to see how many people have taken advantage of that, but that was something that was put together pretty quickly when we found out this morning that the storm had intensified. Again, we are expecting the rains to intensify. We're expecting the winds to intensify. And hopefully we won't get a whole lot more of the storm surge. Again, they're expecting maybe 5 to 7 feet of storm surge here in the parish, which is manageable. But it's the wind that is causing problems already tonight. We're told that there are 3,500 customers, electric customers, without power right now. That quickly grew from 2,900 to 3,500 just within the last half hour. So Entergy trying to troubleshoot that along with parish leaders. But we have some folks without power.
And good evening. We are tracking, of course, Zeta, and I did want to point out, I was looking at our map just recently, and our winds are really increasing. In fact, look at these sustained winds. 78 mile per hour winds showing up at Galliano, 44 mile per hour winds at Homa, and many of our South Shore and North Shore locations about 30 to 40 mile per hour. Port Fourchon saying 61 mile per hour winds. And just looking at some of the gusts, especially farther to the north at Kenner, we have seen 45 mile per hour gusts now, and Buras near 60 miles per hour coming in. Those are just within the past few minutes on the southern tip of Plaquemines Parish. Farther south, we do have sustained winds near 60 miles per hour, gusts higher than that. And of course, we will have more information coming in as these different sites are recording minute by minute these different gusts that they are getting. One thing I did want to point out is that with the 4 p.m. advisory, which came out just a little while ago, the storm surge map was updated, and it did increase the storm surge estimates or forecast for the Mississippi coast, now up to about 7 to 11 feet in the storm surge peak forecast for the Mississippi coast. All of these numbers kind of edged up a little bit, 4 to 6 for the lakes, 1 to 3 Lake Maurepas, 5 to 7 along the coast
Plaquemines, and then 6 to 9 feet farther south for those southern facing parts of our area, looking straight into the Gulf and around Homa, 4 to 6 or so feet. So here is Zeta with its eye making landfall right now. We've been talking about the northern eye wall moving in, and right around 4:15, I think that might be the time that we hear 4:15, 4:20, something like that, for that eye wall, the center perhaps making landfall. So it's kind of happening as we speak. As Chris has pointed out, it's the very center point that determines the official landfall time and location and so forth. So although many effects are being felt on the northern end and off to the northeast, off in the northeast quadrant is the strongest for a landfalling hurricane or tropical storm. Although lots of areas are getting the impacts right now, it's really that one little point that has to make landfall. 65 miles south-southwest of New Orleans as of 4 p.m. And look at the speed, now up to 24 miles per hour. Yesterday when it was moving at about 13, 14 miles per hour. So even though it was fairly quick, that's a definitely moving storm. And now it's increased its forward speed to about 24 miles per hour and will continue to rapidly move off to the north. So getting into a couple of other things as we kind of look at what Hurricane Zeta is doing right now with radar, showing rain almost everywhere, but not quite as much where the actual center of the storm is, where that eye of the storm is at this point. So this heavy band from Chauvin to Homa to Raceland, Jean Lafitte, and off to the Galliano area and Cutoff, but now starting to see maybe some quieter conditions there as far as the actual rain goes. Still some high winds, of course, on this northern eye wall, and kind of interesting to see some indications of less rain farther south, but of course the north is where we're seeing the heaviest rain at this point. And checking on those rainfall rates, those have increased a little bit here and there. There are these pockets where it's heavier. And one thing, of course, we've been watching for also is the possibility of some tornadic activity, maybe a few brief spin-outs of tornadoes, but thankfully I'm really happy we haven't seen that. Of course, with winds in that hurricane range, that's equivalent to an EF0 or EF1 tornado. So not to say that our high winds aren't going to, of course, bring some of that damage, like down power lines and power outages and some down trees and so forth as well. So all of that certainly still on the table and still expected as we get into the next couple of hours, and this moves rapidly across our area. Here we are north of the lake. Look at this heavy pocket of rain showing up around Slidell. So some very, very heavy rain in that part of St. Tammany Parish right now. Also right along the coast, and even in the French Quarter, we can hear it on our roof here, certainly picking up in New Orleans for the actual New Orleans metro area too, and starting to see a little bit of some lesser rain actually over here in this extreme southern part of Plaquemines Parish, where of course there has been rain, and I'll show you some of those totals in a bit. Here is the tentative timeline, so tracking where it is right now and then going off to the northeast at the current speed, about 22, 24 miles per hour. These are the potential times for when that northern part of the storm, that eye wall, as it continues to gradually weaken, but when that might move in. So hopefully you can find somewhere close to your area, New Orleans. It might be around 6:30, maybe around 7 or so, 7 o'clock or so as you get farther north of the lake, Lacombe, Slidell, Covington, and so forth, maybe somewhere near 7 or 8. And then, of course, spots to the south of New Orleans, it would be sooner. Rain totals so far have been about a ½ inch to an inch for many of our South Shore locations. And we've been saying this whole time, it's really the wind that's the big deal. So just showed you some of those winds, but rain, of course, we're already getting and have been getting in some spots for a couple of hours now, and then scattered downpours last night and yesterday too. We've had about a ¼ inch for some other spots, and looking at the rain forecast, at least this is something that's not such a bad thing for our area, about 1 to 2 or so inches, 2 to 3 different models showing some slightly different rain totals as the storm just so quickly moves across our area from the south to the north and northeast. So if you're kind of planning out your night tonight or tomorrow and just kind of want to get a feel for what it might look like or when the rain might eventually be coming to an end, let me put our forecast model in motion here. It's not doing the best job showing really, really heavy rain for some spots where it's perhaps a little bit lighter right now, but 6 p.m., this could be the position, you can see it here, of the heaviest part, that northern eye wall of the storm. 8 p.m., look at this, it's already on the North Shore with some of the heaviest stuff now getting into other parts of Mississippi. And oh yeah, here's the cold front moving in that will eventually sweep in. Fast forward to about 9 and 10 o'clock, and then I've paused it here at midnight, and we'll be finished with the rain for the most part. Here's the cooler air moving in too, and look at 7 a.m. tomorrow. This is our high resolution model. It does rapid updates with looking at exactly what's going on at the current time, and it has us actually already sunny by 7 a.m. It will be incredible to see how the difference is tomorrow when it's cool, sunny, windy, and temperatures in the 60s to what we're having right now with, amazingly, a landfalling hurricane right now, and it will be so different as we get into tomorrow. So right now our camera from the West Bank almost completely gray at this point because of the heavy rain coming down there. 77 degrees in New Orleans, sustained winds now over 20 to 25 miles per hour. And again, if you're just making your plans for the next several days, look at this forecast. The next 7 days is just so nice to talk about. It will be cool, it will be fall-like. Tomorrow, our highs may only be in the 60s, maybe 69 or 70. Sun comes out and still kind of windy. Temperatures may start off actually around 60 degrees even tomorrow morning. And looking beautiful as we head into Halloween. We have the time change coming up. But right now is when we're getting those effects, of course, from Zeta.
I know, around 9 o'clock, I'll be super excited about that forecast, Alexander.
I know.
Let's just get through it. All right, thank you.
All right, let's find out more about what we need to know right now. Turn it over to Paul Dudley.
Yeah, Karen, Hurricane Zeta is being felt across the area as the wind is really intensifying. Currently, the storm is moving over the Terrebonne Bay at about 24 miles an hour and has sustained winds of up to 110 miles an hour. You can see here what they were dealing with in Lafourche Parish. This is actually the wrong video here, but this is actually some of the National Guard troops, I believe, preparing for the storm. They have been really across the area putting themselves in place just to make sure they are in place just in case anything does happen. Moving on to the next story here in St. Bernard Parish. We've got that video, I believe, from Shell Beach. No, we do not have that. But here's something that is really good information here. You want to text the word storm to 504-529-4444. You can also send us photos and videos. Just make sure you do so when you are in a safe position. Back to you guys.
Okay, we'll check back in.
All right, we are aware that tonight is the Big Brother All-Stars finale, but because of Zeta, we are still going to air it at 8 tonight in its entirety, but on our sister station, WUPL Channel 54. So if you're interested in seeing the Big Brother finale, it'll be on WUPL tonight. It will not air on Channel 4. It'll air on WUPL. That is Channel 2 on Cox Charter Channel 16. And you can hear the wind starting to pick up here in the French Quarter, Katie.
For sure, the rain's been coming down, the winds are picking up. We have a lot more to get to, including a report from St. Tammany Parish right after this short break.
You've got 3,700 out of power in Lafourche. Let's check Jefferson Parish.
It's pretty shocking in Jefferson.
Right?
Yeah.
24,000. Presumably most of those are in the southern part of the parish, but we've also heard about a bunch, closer to the metro area on the West Bank.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, so lots of areas seeing some significant power outages, and we're not even seeing the worst of this storm in some of those areas so far. One place that did see, good impact, and the storm is still going through there, is of course Terrebonne. 8,900 people there without power.
And we were listening to the governor earlier, and he was talking about this being a wind event. We've said it for days, and that he said there are 5,700 linemen that are in place either in town or in neighboring states ready to move in after the storm passes. And what was interesting is he said they're going to prioritize restoring power to the areas where they have the polling places, because we've got the election in just a few days.
Yeah, it's crazy. The other thing that we know, at least from the responses of all of these hurricanes that we've seen this year, is that Entergy and these power companies have really been on their game. I mean, hopefully they're not storm weary at this point, but they have been just incredible in terms of restoring power quickly in those areas like Lake Charles that we saw earlier this year. I was shocked at how quickly they were able to get power back.
Mind-boggling. But look at this from Lafourche Parish Sheriff's Office. They do have down power lines and poles in the South Lafourche area especially. And they're saying, just stay home, be careful. Some of those roads will be impassable, and you never want to be around a live power line.
Absolutely not. And this is some more damage. We're getting these reports coming in on Twitter, on social media. And of course, people are texting in their pictures and videos to us, which we really appreciate you doing as soon as it's safe to do so. This is in Golden Meadow. You can see that, you know, this is a tree that is just snapped. And the person who sent that said, thank God it missed our house and shed. Obviously, that's a big concern for a lot of people, especially here in the metro area.
We heard Peyton talking about that earlier, that if you can, shelter in your home, but shelter away from trees. If you can get in a bedroom as far away from a big tree, do so. These are the current conditions in Cutoff. And this is exactly the type of tweet we like. It shows us exactly where it is. So if you're from that area, you know, you've got the perspective of that hurricane force wind there in southern Lafourche.
Yeah, it's been incredible down there. The northern eye wall, this is from the Lafourche Sheriff's Office. This was tweeted just a little while ago, and you can see the wind is whipping. The rain is just coming through in sheets in this video. This is near Golden Meadow, Louisiana, and that's just a hop, skip, and a jump from where we have been talking with Chris and Alexandra about where the storm is making landfall and has been for over an hour now. The National Weather Service first started saying that it was making landfall just after 4 o'clock today. So it's been an extended process to get this thing on land, but we do expect it to move quickly.
And that's the gold, that's the silver lining, right? That it's moving so very fast.
Sure.
Here's another vantage point from Golden Meadow, and this is Sheriff Craig Weber tweeting this out there. This was before landfall. I'm assuming those conditions have deteriorated.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's still much more to come as we cover this storm as it makes its way through the metro area, which we are expecting to see the worst of it coming in this area in the next few hours. And of course, we'll be with you through that time. But right now, we want to take a quick break.
Detailed look at the storm coming up in just a second. But again, I want to highlight the fact that it was more of a academic if we had seen that wind speed come up by another mile per hour. It's officially 111 miles per hour would make this a Category 3 storm. However, when you get the numbers, it's by 5, so you would see it come up to 115 miles an hour. Again, at that point, it was really more academic of whether or not you had a major Category 3 hurricane making landfall or still a very powerful Category 2 storm making landfall in southeast Louisiana. One thing we want to start to see, and we're starting to see that, notice the brighter cloud types. These are the more intense storms. They're moving from Baton Rouge to the New Orleans area and toward the North Shore. We're not seeing it any longer on the eastern side of the eye wall. So the storm is beginning, again, albeit slowly, to start weakening. This is that high resolution satellite I was talking about. And it just is almost mesmerizing when you watch the eye. And what it really cleared out, which was probably the best satellite imagery of the eye we had seen, right at the point it was around Port Fourchon, between Port Fourchon and Dulac. And it's now, notice where the center of the storm is, already north of Galliano. So the storm moving very, very quickly. This is when I want to talk to a structural engineer and find out just how strong this building is, because we are starting to feel some very strong wind gusts in the city of New Orleans. I also looked at this. Remember, I was talking about the fact that we may very well, when we go back here, we may very well see the eye pass near or right over Metro New Orleans. And I mean the city of New Orleans proper. When we talk about Metro New Orleans, we include Jefferson Parish, the West Bank, parts of St. Bernard, Plaquemines up toward New Orleans East. And it certainly looks like it is going to be moving over some point of Metro New Orleans, but maybe more specifically New Orleans proper. I could only find 3 cases since 1851 that the center of a storm actually passed Metro New Orleans. 1919, 1948, and 1947. That's it. We've only seen 3 since 1851 storms passed directly over. Now, of course, we've had far more within so many miles of New Orleans, the city limits. But it may be that we add number 4 to that if Zeta continues along that path, which is very likely to do so as it is moving at 24 miles an hour. We're not going to see much variance in that track coming up. So just fascinating, the number of records that this season has been, and really the records of this storm. Notice, this is the northern eye wall. This is where you find the strongest winds. We're trying to get data from Galliano, Port Fourchon. They're just not reporting any longer. So we're not really sure what the winds have been doing. Although I'll tell you what they probably are: calm. Galliano right now is in the center of the eye. So that's what I'm saying. We haven't actually gotten an official declaration from the Hurricane Center, but it certainly looks as though it was probably a landfall around Galliano. So it looks like Lower Lafourche was the landfall from Hurricane Zeta. I'm waiting to see on our weather chat. We have a chat going with the National Hurricane Center, the National Weather Service office, and we normally get kind of an official post, and that just has not come across yet. Not that I've seen, but also I want to point out these strong winds are now moving across the west bank of Jefferson Parish. So it's already passed through Jean Lafitte. The Zalman's getting in on some of the strongest winds. This is the northern eye wall. This is the worst part of the storm. And unfortunately, it looks like it's moving almost due north, or if nothing else, northeast, which is the official motion of the storm. But that does put, eventually, the strongest of the winds, that will be on the west bank of Jefferson Parish. It's already there north of Jean Lafitte, but continuing along. And so it's going to affect Jefferson. It's going to affect parts of St. Charles Parish. It's going to affect Metro New Orleans. And I'm saying affect, meaning we are going to see the strongest winds. Now, as I also have mentioned, these are the winds right now, the strongest of the winds. Once this pushes north, we're done. Not totally done, but you're done with the strongest of those sustained winds of 70, 80, 90 miles per hour. When we talk about wind speed, the maximum wind speed of the storm at 110 miles an hour, that is not as though winds are 110 within that entire swath of the northern eye wall. That's just the highest wind speed that the National Hurricane Center could find, the hurricane hunters could find, satellite was able to derive. And sometimes that may be in one small area, but that's what it classifies a storm. You find the strongest wind. So that is not to say that you have sustained winds of 110 miles an hour in this entire region. You most likely have sustained winds of over 90 miles an hour in that area. And unfortunately, that's going to be passing directly over Metro New Orleans. I also wanted to show you this because this is the track from the Hurricane Center from 4 o'clock. So this has not changed. But as you kind of watch the motion of the storm, if it were to continue along this path, we would start to need to see more of a northeasterly component to that motion as opposed to a northerly component to that motion. Either way, this does place it right over Jefferson, northern Jefferson Parish, Metro New Orleans, Plaquemines Parish. Again, the heart of St. Bernard, most of St. Bernard Parish getting in on the strongest winds, the worst part of the storm. And what may be kind of jogging at a little bit more northeast is the fact that we are starting to just now feel some of the effects of this wind shear helping to push the storm is not as much north anymore, but northeast, or northeast is the official forward motion. But maybe we start to see more of that northeasterly motion, which places it not as much on the like central St. Tammany Parish once it crosses the lake, but more eastern St. Tammany. And that is the official track from the Hurricane Center, because it looks like we're finally starting to see some of the influences of this upper wind shear. Not enough to weaken the storm, but at least enough to start pushing it. And what else it's not going to do is pick up that forward speed. So we will, in each hourly update now, start to see that forward speed likely increasing as we continue through the rest of this afternoon. So the heaviest of the rainfall moving through right now. The storm center is already on land. By 7 o'clock, we may see the center more over the Slidell area. And again, there's that northern eye wall pushing across the North Shore and well into Mississippi. And then as we head into the 9 o'clock hour, we may see a lot of southeast Louisiana already done with the rainfall. Here are the wind speeds right now. Obviously, Galliano, that's kind of the last observation we had. They're not 23 miles an hour. They're actually probably calm at the moment, as Galliano is sitting right underneath the center of the storm. Winds are sustained at Belle Chase, 40 miles an hour, gusting up to 59 miles an hour. 31 mile an hour winds at Kenner, 48-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Lakefront, unfortunately, not reporting. 17-mile-an-hour wind speed, sustained 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Slidell, Kenner, Belle Chase, Gulfport, they're breezy or gusting now. They will continue to increase over the next couple of hours. This is what's going on just offshore. Right near the center of the storm, Grand Isle, winds sustained at almost 40 miles an hour, gusting up to 60 miles an hour. We've been asked to, all right, well, where are the 110 mile an hour winds with this hurricane? All right, so where are the observations of 110 miles an hour? That's what I'm saying. You're not going to see 110 mile an hour wind speed sustained across most of the area. Those are going to be fairly isolated, and it would take that wind speed to pass right over one of our sensors to actually indicate 110 mile per hour winds, and we're probably not going to see that. So we'll kind of base a lot of this on what the hurricane hunters were able to find. They still fly into the storm. Now we're starting to get more data just based on radar, and I need to clear that off of there because this is not correct anymore, as obviously the storm has moved well inland. So what we can do is I'm going to zoom in radar, and boy, it is windy here in the French Quarter. I'm just listening outside, and we're going to kind of time out. Here's that northern eye wall, and then as we kind of progress it toward the north, maybe a little bit northeast of due north, and kind of get an idea. What time is it? So moving over the city of New Orleans right now. So what we're starting to experience, beginning to experience here in the city, probably about as strong as the winds will get. They'll likely come up a little bit more, but this is also clearing fast. So look at Jean Lafitte. They're almost in the clear in terms of the wind and rain. Carlisle cut off, as I mentioned, Galliano in the clear, because here is the center of the storm. As I mentioned in our history, it is not often that we see the center of a hurricane move directly over Metro New Orleans. City Park area, Norco, we're looking at about 10 minutes, 10 to 20 minutes or so. And then the Laplace area, Reserve, and the river parishes, we're starting to get a little bit later toward 5:50, almost 6 o'clock. And then as we continue in toward New Orleans east, the Lake Catherine area, 6:12. And then on the North Shore, Mandeville, 6:28, 6:35, some of those strongest winds moving into your area. So this is moving at a very fast clip. And the good news is we're not talking about hours of these sustained winds of 60, 70, 80 mile per hour. We're looking at maybe an hour or two, because once this northern eye wall passes, things will start to settle down. In terms of the winds, now it's still going to be very windy. We'll still see some rainfall and maybe even some rainfall kind of wrapping around it. But one thing to note with the eye itself, I'm going to clear this out, is that there is really a lack of any kind of rainfall around the southern and eastern side, and western side of the storm. You may start to, as I mentioned, start to see some rainfall wrapping around that. But at the moment, it's pretty much rain-free, certainly drying out and cut off at Galliano. We've got the intense storm. So basically the intensity, a lot of folks out right now, if hopefully you still have electricity. I'm getting buzzed on my phone. Hopefully, if you still have electricity, what you're experiencing right now is likely the worst of it. And within the hour, that will be kind of the peak of the winds for Metro New Orleans. After about 7 o'clock, things should start to settle down. So as I mentioned, this is not a prolonged event with the wind radius of hurricane force winds very isolated around the center. But unfortunately, that center is coming over Metro New Orleans. That will continue up toward the North Shore and into Mississippi. But as I mentioned, just kind of behind our banner here, we still may see hurricane force winds up toward the Hattiesburg area, only because the storm is moving so quickly. It doesn't really have enough time to weaken as it continues inland. A lot of times we see these storms at ballpark, maybe about 12 miles an hour or so, 10 miles an hour. And then they kind of move on through, and with that slow progression over land, they start to weaken rapidly. And then once it starts to get a bit farther north along its path, you really see those winds dying down and diminishing. That's just not going to be the case. It is moving so quick. Again, the peak wind forecast for most of the area you see highlighted in white is at 70 to 100. We'll likely see that verified over the course of the, well, I can stop showing this because now the storm is over land, but it just has been incredible that this storm was able to strengthen, even though the water temperatures were in the upper 70s. That means we need to look back at our kind of golden rule with tropical forecasting, that it has to have 80 degree water to see any kind of tropical strengthening or development, because we saw that with 78-degree water. So it's just kind of fascinating. As Alex had mentioned, we did see some new numbers come in. 7 to 11 feet is a storm surge expectation along the Mississippi coast. We have seen those numbers come up along the St. Bernard and Plaquemines Parish. 5 to 7 right along Lafourche, Lower Jefferson, and Plaquemines west of the river. 6 to 9 feet. Now, luckily, the surge is occurring now. As the storm moves northward, those winds will be changing direction, and we will start to see by later tonight those numbers coming down as the water will be pushed away. Rainfall accumulation, we're just not expecting all that much. That isn't as much of an issue. However, with that said, we still do have a flood watch in effect just in case. Well, there's also a tornado watch. However, once the storm center is up in the Mississippi, we should see most of the Louisiana parishes expired. So the entire watch is in effect until midnight. It is not going to be up through midnight for Louisiana or Mississippi for that matter. So this is kind of a breakdown region by region on the North Shore. Timing, we're looking at probably starting within the hour or so and then continuing through about 9, 10 o'clock. Rainfall, 2 to 4 inches. We may see some of the higher amounts as you get more from, say, the Abita Springs to Mandeville area in the Slidell toward Mississippi. Winds 50 to 7. Actually, we need to update this because our storm surge numbers have changed as well. So I'm going to kind of jump over this graphic just to give you a wide look at satellite. We've got a hurricane here and a strong cold front within, what's the distance between New Orleans and Houston? A hurricane and a cold front and a massive amount of colder air on the back side of that front. The temperatures with this front have started to moderate a little bit, but it is going to bring us a more fall-like feel once this upper trough sweeps on through, and we'll start to feel that cooler air moving in throughout the day tomorrow. So for cleanup, and hopefully it's not that folks are going to be out of power for a long period of time. I'm just always the optimist. Hopefully that is not the case. But if it is the case, at least the weather will be cooperative because we have improving conditions by tonight and actually fairly comfortable temperatures as we get into the day tomorrow. In fact, we'll probably struggle in the 60s during the day tomorrow. Our mornings start on Friday in the 40s and 50s. Halloween. A lot of folks looking ahead to Halloween. 71 degrees, sunny skies. It'll be cool. Remember, we turn those clocks back 1 hour. A brief little milder day, I won't even say a warm up on Sunday before another front moves through just in time for next week and very nice weather on Election Day.
Give me a couple hours, and then I can get excited about that.
After tonight, things will start to improve. Again, it's then the kind of the cleanup, the recovery efforts tomorrow. But yeah, improving conditions, you know, within 5 hours.
Thank goodness, because in the meantime, we're hearing it in the studio, and of course, Chris, you know, we've seen it all along the areas along the coast where that storm has made landfall. This is from Brennan Mathern with the Lafourche Sheriff's Office. Says Sheriff Weber just sent this video of LA1 south of the levee system in Golden Meadow. You can see it in the video. It's not showing it right now, but there is a boat in the middle of the roadway there. So already winds, water pushing things where they're not supposed to be. And obviously that's one of the main concerns with this, that those high winds, that those sustained winds that are hurricane force still as this storm approaches the metro New Orleans area will actually put things where they don't need to be and of course cause significant damage. Everyone is watching and waiting to see whether or not that will happen as we continue on with this storm. One of the areas that is watching closely, in addition to Lafourche and Terrebonne, is St. Bernard Parish, and Paul Murphy has been joining us there throughout the afternoon with reports on how things are looking. Looking at that video there, looks like the wind and rain are still pretty bad where you are, Paul.
Well, we haven't seen the worst of it yet, Katie. We are at Delacroix, the Crow Island area, where we are driving down the Delacroix Highway, and we see quite a bit of debris on the road. Just checked in with the Emergency Operations Center from St. Croix, and they tell me that winds here are gusting now in the 50-mile-per-hour range, so we're well within the tropical storm strength wind category at this point. They are expecting the wind to intensify for the next couple of hours. We should be seeing wind somewhere in the area of 70 to 80 miles per hour, with possible wind gusts up to 105 miles per hour. Been saying all night. These winds are going to cause power outages, perhaps widespread widespread power outages. And we're now being told that there are some 5,000 energy customers in Texas alone that are now without power. We're told that there's actually been some electrical poles that installed the levee protection in the Chalmette area. Obviously going to be responding to that. Lots of folks are already in the dark tonight, just as the storm is starting to make its way through this area. Again, as we travel down the Delacroix Highway, you can see sideways rain. You can see where there's a big patch of trees, lots of debris, lots of leaves. It should be quite a mess today that they'll leave behind that will have to be cleaned up. But one of the things that we saw, and that probably heading inland in just a while, as we were driving down the Delacroix Highway, there's some debris going across the street. We got a power line down there going across the road. I don't know if you can see that. I think I'll take the opportunity to turn around as I talk to you. We're expecting the winds to pick up over the next couple of hours. We're being told from St. Bernard Parish leaders, and we're expecting the worst Zeta to be on top of the parish somewhere in the 7 to 7:30 range. So everyone should be home and just fighting the storm with us. So obviously, and it is things are going down here quickly. And as we saw while we were down there, we saw a fire engine going the opposite way. We were told that the fire engines were going to stay down here as long as they could safely do so. Obviously, they believe that it's no longer safe down here in the lower end of St. Bernard Parish. So the fire trucks from Delacroix were now heading inland, and I'm told that the trucks are going to be mustering on the other side at LA 46 in Reggio, about 10 miles over there. But as you can see, we are getting scattered around pretty. Again, there's some more debris in the middle of the road, as you can see. Along here, some 5,000.
All right, Paul Murphy, we're having a little bit of a hard time hearing Paul because the connection and the signal is a little bit difficult from where he is. Of course, that is because of the hurricane. He's down at Hopedale in St. Bernard Parish, and we're, of course, going to keep checking back in with him as we continue on with our coverage. And we, of course, are continuing to cover Hurricane Zeta. And Sharice Gibson's joining us now.
Yeah, the winds are a little crazy and really, really hard out there. I went outside to get my IV, Katie, and it actually blew me over a little bit because right in the area where we are, there's winds definitely picking up. A lot of rain is coming down. Tom Trunk, not too far from us, running beside now, near New Orleans City Hall. Actually, no, I think he's at the riverfront right now. Tom, how is it looking over there?
Well, Sharice, yeah, we are at the riverfront. We're up in an elevated position here near North Peters right now, and this is probably the strongest kind of burst of wind, and it's really sustained right now. Let me kind of give you a better picture, and Derek can probably kind of zoom in and kind of show you. Take a look at what we're seeing here near Waldenburg Park and the riverfront right now. You can kind of see the rain just kind of scraping this parking lot in this area, kind of leading towards the French Quarter. We did just a short while ago see a man walking his dog in these conditions, and we certainly don't suggest that. We did also see a couple of New Orleans police cruisers going through here, making sure that no one is on the road. But as you can probably hear, there's a good amount of noise going through here because the wind is just kind of blowing through this area very strongly right now. These, again, are the strongest bursts of wind that we've experienced all afternoon. And now as we're heading into the evening hours, as the meteorologists have told us, this is when we're going to expect some of the strongest winds and some of the strongest conditions from this hurricane. Let me just stop talking. You can listen to this wind just blowing through here. Clearly, I'm not a meteorologist nor a scientist. I'm not sure if because of our elevated position that we're kind of getting more of that sonic kind of sound coming through here. And the sound is amplified. Maybe it's a wind tunnel that we're in because of the elevated position and is parking back. But we are getting a good bit of sound, wind, and rain at this point. But as we've been mentioning all afternoon, the bright aspect, if there is a bright aspect of the storm, as the meteorologists have pointed out as well, this is going to be a quick moving storm. So there's not going to be any kind of rain system that is stalling over here. We're not going to be dealing with a tremendous amount of standing water. But right now it makes for an impressive picture. The power of Mother Nature moving through this area right now. And it's been quite a while since we've been hit by a hurricane in New Orleans proper. And we are seeing that and experiencing that at this hour right now near the riverfront. Again, we are just a few minutes away here from the French Quarter, but there is really no one on the street right now. We do see a few cars moving through here, but the city has been very adamant in trying to urge people not to be on the street right now and to be on the roads as well. You certainly don't want to be out in these conditions right now. We are, again, in a sheltered and an elevated place. We are in a safer place than on the street. But as you can kind of see and experience these conditions right now, you do not want to be in this hurricane at this point. Again, this is the third storm that Louisiana is dealing with that's made landfall along our coast. We've been preparing many times. We've had many kind of dry runs, at least for the metro area. But this time we are experiencing a hurricane for real in New Orleans proper. Reporting near the riverfront, Tom Trump, Eyewitness News.
Tom, thanks so much. Stay safe out there. And at least what we're experiencing, as you mentioned, is moving very, very quickly through the city. Thanks so much again, Tom. And we want to make sure you stay informed throughout this storm. And if we lose any power here at our station, we have our transmitter over in the West Bank to continue bringing you the very latest. Now, the eye wall is approaching the West Bank right now, and that's where we find our Erica Ferrando. Erica, I see the winds definitely picking up over there as well.
Well, these are definitely the strongest winds that we've experienced so far. The winds actually are starting to howl. You can actually hear them moving through those trees. The rain's falling down a little harder than it was earlier as well, as that eye wall is now approaching us. And you've been talking a lot about all the power outages in this area. Actually, the transformer right outside just blew. It was like 6 loud pops. And so if we weren't running off the generator right now, we would be actually off of the air. So we are here at the transmitter, and that's in case anyone, or if you lose power over at the studio on Rampart Street. That way we are able to keep everyone on the air. You're explaining that we're basically your backup. So if anything happens over at the studio in the French Quarter, we're going to be able to stay on the air and make sure to bring you live updates here in Gretna. Over the last hour or so, it's definitely picked up. I'm going to step out and just give you a look. You can just kind of see how quickly the trees are moving. I'm actually standing on the back side of the building, which is why I'm not feeling that wind personally based on where I'm standing, but you can just look at those trees and you can see how much they're moving as we're now experiencing the strongest winds that we will from this storm. You've been hearing Chris talk about how we're experiencing the strongest winds right now, and we will continue to over the next hour or so. So we're going to keep an eye on things here. And again, if anything does go wrong over at the studio, we're the backup. We're hoping that doesn't happen. And now that we're experiencing those strong winds, if it were to happen, it would be soon. But of course, that's just a backup plan. And hopefully it does not come to that, but we will be able to keep you on the air to keep bringing you those updates from Gretna. We're going to keep a close eye on the situation here, watch the winds, watch the rain, and bring you those updates. For now, live in Gretna, I'm Erica Ferrando, Eyewitness News. Back to you in the studio.
All right, couldn't have anybody better over there for us. Thank you, Erica. And I was just asking Alexandra whether or not this really is the outer part of the eye wall, the northern side of the eye wall. And she said that it is approaching the metro area as we speak. So that is something to watch as it moves through all of these areas that people are, just kind of riding out the storm. And another place where they are expecting to see some significant impacts from this storm is over on the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Devin Bartolotta is joining us live from Bay St. Louis tonight with the latest on how things are there. And Devin, are the winds as strong there as what we're seeing here in New Orleans?
From what I'm hearing from all of our colleagues out there in the New Orleans metro area, yes, the winds here are just as strong. You can probably hear it from where I am. We are getting very strong gusts of wind. Where we are right now is actually a bar. It's called Dan B's Bar. And so we're under this nice covered area here. But even where we are, probably about 20 feet from not being covered, we are still getting whipped by rain here. You can see how strong the wind is. That Main Street sign behind me is really blowing in the wind. The palm trees as well, really getting whipped around here. Now the curfew here in Hancock County went into effect at 5 p.m. And we are seeing, at least from where we are, that people are obeying that and they are staying home. There was a mandatory evacuation put in place this morning for anyone who lives near a waterway or near the coastline, or also anyone who lives in a mobile home or in a home that was under construction. We did notice that there were several people who chose not to evacuate, and they did choose to stay here in Bay St. Louis. Wow, you can really hear the wind here, this big strong gust that we have coming through. So anyway, we did see that there were some people who did not heed that evacuation order. However, they do seem to be heeding this warning to stay home and to just really not come out onto the streets. We saw a lot of people sightseeing earlier today. DJ looks here like he is pointing out towards the water. You can see how low visibility is right now and just how much those winds are kicking up. Some things on the bar here are really moving around and whipping around, which is causing quite a bit of noise, but the wind, really, you can hear how loud it's howling here. So again, in Hancock County, there is a mandatory evacuation in place for people who do live near the coastline, but for now, what we're seeing is that a lot of people are just staying home. They are not screwing around with this and not coming out of their homes at this time, which is good because it does seem like we are seeing and hearing very similar conditions to what you all are dealing with in the New Orleans metro area.
And we're tracking Zeta, of course, and yes, the northern eye well moving pretty much right over New Orleans as we speak. So here it is, still a Category 2 storm at this point and moving so fast. That is the thing, to watch it on radar is just really something. You can see just with even an hour loop on radar how quickly it's moving through. And look how fast, by tonight around midnight, this could be the center way off in Alabama as opposed to right over New Orleans pretty much as we speak right now. So looking at the radar, here it is. This is the eye wall. So Chris was showing you that earlier, just south around the West Bank. And pretty much if you're around Jean Lafitte, just moments ago, I was on WWL radio doing a hit there and I was saying, oh, it's just about to get clear in Jean Lafitte. And look at this already, far north, almost to Belle Chase. We're seeing that eye move in as we speak. So if you're wondering when the heaviest rain, when the strongest winds are going to arrive in New Orleans, it's pretty much happening right now and will be going on for the next maybe 15, 20, 30 minutes or so as this continues to move north. Belle Chase especially, and south of Belle Chase, there is a very heavy pocket of rain there and around Luling, right over Jefferson Parish if you're in Kenner and Metairie, and really feeling and hearing the wind and rain pick up. That's because there is that very heavy band there. Chris just stepped outside to go, I think, see what it's like, because we're hearing the rain here in the studio in the French Quarter, and you can see where some of that heaviest rain is ongoing on radar too. So tracking that area, pretty much where the heaviest is right now and where this wall is moving. So when you might get a little break from the rain, you can see when that might arrive in the metro area. So that will be soon. So New Orleans, maybe even by about 20 or 30 minutes from now, you may have had the heaviest and strongest weather pass through to the north around Metairie. That could be around 6 as well. Belle Chase, it might even be pretty soon because, as I said, it's almost north of Belle Chase even right now. And then on toward other spots, for example, Chef Mentor and over toward Greens Dish and eventually Lake Catherine, maybe later in the 6 o'clock hour towards 7 p.m. By the way, if you're north of the lake, if you're in Mississippi, you're seeing the heavy rain as well. But that heaviest band is over New Orleans as we speak, and we'll have about another 20 to 30 minutes before it passes north over the lake. So here we are north shore, St. Tammany Parish, getting some heavy rain here, and also farther to the east. So we've talked about on the eastern side and northeastern quadrant of the storm is where some of the heaviest rain is and some of the strongest winds because of the rotation effect around the center of the low pressure. And that's really where we're seeing this over toward Mississippi especially. So you can see Mississippi and over toward Alabama, some heavy pockets of rain. They're about to come on shore for those of you around Biloxi. So if you're north of the lake and you're saying, well, when's it going to arrive here? I did track that. This is the beginning of the eye wall for those of you farther to the north. So that's what this timeline is. I like the timelines, as you can see, tracking it at 24 miles per hour at its current movement off to the northeast. So you can see around maybe Slidell, roughly around 6 p.m. That's when the eye will be beginning for you. And note that's about when I said it was going to stop for New Orleans briefly, and then over toward Waveland maybe about 6:40, Lacoma about 6 o'clock or so, Diamond Head, Mississippi, and Long Beach maybe around or just after 7 p.m. And I also got a question. We were talking about the potential for the eye to maybe pass over a few spots as we get towards sunset. And looking at satellite and radar imagery, this is both visible and infrared satellite that I've overlaid here. Looking a little doubtful. We'll see whether there's any spot where maybe there could be a bit of a break in the clouds. Really, there was farther to the south, it looked like, but that's almost disappearing as this continues to track to the northeast. So if you were kind of excited about that potential, maybe seeing the sunset or something like that as the eye passes off to the northeast, doesn't really look like it's a possibility, at least from what we're seeing with our satellite imagery at this point. So as that continues to move, by the way, to the northeast, another timeline here for when that might be passing over your area, more toward Belle Chase and eventually over Lake Bourne and off toward Mississippi. So here's our water vapor imagery, and look how fast. Again, it's just really mind-boggling to see this happen so fast. So this is our loop going back 6 hours, and already it's gone from way below our coast to pretty much at New Orleans right now, and then to the northeast. Here is all the dry air with this trough of low pressure that's going to be right on the heels of this hurricane. Incredible to say that. A hurricane, and then a few hours later, it'll be turning chilly. That'll be overnight tonight, and by tomorrow, we'll be waking up to 60-degree temperatures, maybe sunny skies even as early as tomorrow morning. So our current winds...
All right, and welcome back to my Wine on Your Matter, which is covering real quick Hurricane Zeta. A nasty little storm. Gonna give that storm a little pow. That storm is being a bad little storm. It's causing a lot of headaches for a lot of individuals out in Louisiana and Mississippi. As you can see, I was not wrong. It did come through close to New Orleans. It's coming close to New Orleans, but it's making that right turn. So it's coming right across through Louisiana. New Orleans is over on this side over here. So they're kind of getting like the eye wall. And it's going to cross over this portion of Louisiana, and then it's going to go right towards Mississippi and Alabama. So Biloxi, Mississippi, you guys are going to get a nice little hit from this hurricane. You guys are expected to have storm surge between 8 and 11 feet this evening. And let's check in to see if we have a little special guest. He's a guest that's always here. Albie. So Albie.
What's up?
Oh, there he is, the ghost. What's going on, man?
Eating right now.
Yeah, monitoring the storm here.
That storm going on. Something bad going to happen down there.
Yeah, well, just here monitoring the storm. Been monitoring since early this morning. Just been on here. The show's been going. Well, not the show, but the program's been going on for 10 hours. I started up early this morning. Just let it run through on its own. I'm about to get off here because the system just made landfall. The hurricane just made landfall. So give me a chance to get a little break, have dinner and stuff, and I'll probably be back on tonight at around 9, 10 o'clock. I'll be back on here.
All right.
So I'll see you then. I'll be.
All right, man.
So yeah, I'm gonna wrap up the show now because it's just been a hell of a day. As you can see, the storm already made landfall. The ice already breaking up apart. It's definitely heading over towards Mississippi right now, and yeah, so you know, it was. I feel like the storm was a Category 3 storm because a Category 3 storm starts at 111 miles per hour. The storm ended up topping at 110. It doesn't make any sense by that 1 mile per hour classifying as a Cat 2, Cat 3. You know what? This storm, I believe this storm ended up getting to that Cat 3 status before it made landfall. But we'll talk more about this tonight and other topics later on tonight. So with that said, thanks for watching. It was a good little marathon of 10 hours and almost 10 minutes. straight of nonstop Hurricane Zeta. And thanks for everyone for watching. I appreciate those who came through. And also, anytime in the near future when we do have these storms or winter storms that are going to be coming through live on my Mind Over Your Matter. So with that said, thanks for everyone for coming, and I'll catch everyone on the flip side.